The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., February 28, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Anna Paulina Luna to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House on January 9, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from the list submitted by the majority and minority leaders from the morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've had enough with the Biden Department of Education's utterly dishonest accounting tricks. ED's 2022 financial statement doesn't have a leg to stand on. KPMG, an independent auditor, stated that there were material weaknesses in the department's estimates regarding how much the Biden administration's student loan debt relief plan would cost. The Biden administration claims that its plan would cost $30 billion annually over 10 years. But this is assuming that the Department of Education has properly estimated the participation numbers. According to KPMG, the department has no evidence behind these numbers, and these numbers matter a lot. If these numbers are off by just 10%, the cost of Biden's program would rise to $400 billion, according to the Congressional Budget Office. Folks in the Biden Education Department need to go back and learn some math. At worst, the department is trying to hide the true cost to taxpayers of these debt bailout schemes. At best, the department is practicing shoddy accounting again. Either way, this is a completely irresponsible way to govern such a major program. It's obvious to anyone paying attention that the department hasn't learned anything from its past mistakes. It was assumptions like this that got our student loan systems into this mess in the first place. When Democrats passed the Income-Driven Repayment Program, IDR, they grossly underestimated the number of borrowers who would participate. This, in conjunction with the student loan moratorium, has led to a $311 budget deficit within the federal student loan program. In other words, the federal student loan program is already costing taxpayers a fortune, and the Biden administration's actions will make the problem far worse. To put salt in the wound, the Biden administration's proposed changes to IDR will cost far more than they are letting on. While the department claims its changes will cost taxpayers $138 billion over the next 10 years, a nonpartisan student loan expert has estimated that the true cost could be $1 trillion. Senator Everett Dirksen said, "A billion here, a billion there, and pretty soon you're talking about real money." This is real taxpayer money. Once again, the Biden administration is trying to pull the wool over our eyes. As chairwoman of the Education and Workforce Committee, I cannot let this pattern of deception and mismanagement continue. I'll spend the 118th Congress doing everything in my power to hold this administration accountable. Taxpayers deserve nothing less. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, House Democrats are putting people over politics by lowering health care costs and creating better paying jobs. We are cutting costs for health care coverage, capping insulin at $35 for Medicare patients, and giving Medicare the power to negotiate lower drug prices. We expanded the Affordable Care Act program, which will lower premiums for over 13 million Americans. Just in my district alone, 62,000 seniors with Medicare will pay less for prescription drug prices. 29,000 people in my district will have access to affordable health care coverage due to lowered premiums under the Inflation Reduction Act. Meanwhile, some extreme MAGA Republicans are threatening to cut Social Security and Medicare. House Democrats will and always will protect seniors from Medicare cuts or Social Security cuts because we put seniors over politics. In fact, House Democrats increased benefits by 8.7% last year to ensure a dignified retirement for Americans who worked hard for these vital benefits. Let me repeat that, worked hard for these vital benefits. This increase helped more than 80,000 people in my district who are on Social Security. That's more than 10% of my constituents. These are retired workers, disabled workers, widows and children who need these critical funds to survive. They've earned them, they paid into them. Social Security and Medicaid or Medicare are a lifeline for our seniors and especially those in my district. We will always defend these programs and we will always put seniors over politics. We will never cut Medicare. We will never cut Social Security. We will fight for our working families till the end. Madam Speaker, House Democrats are creating good-paying jobs for all our American families. Democrats have created a record 12 million jobs since President Biden took office, and we aren't stopping there. Let me repeat that, 12 million, and we're not stopping there. That's almost as many jobs in 2 years as any president has created in a 4-year term. House Republicans are trying to undermine all this through bad lies and made-up stuff suggesting that President Biden has hurt our economy. He has not. The cost of everything that Republicans would do would be 30% while giving the wealthiest Americans cuts on their taxes. This is outrageous and just plain wrong. While extreme MAGA Republicans hand out tax breaks to the wealthy, Democrats have focused on lowering everyday Americans' costs. We will continue to fight for working families. I'm not willing to use politics over people. I will always put people over politics, and always, always people first. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes. Disregard. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the dedicated service and call to the ministry of Dr. Barry Degenhardt, who has served as a pastor for over 40 years. Dr. Degenhardt grew up in Statesville, North Carolina, and was spiritually nurtured in the New Sterling Associated Reformed Presbyterian ARP Church. Graduating in 1979, he studied economics at the University of North Carolina in Charlotte. He also holds a Master of Divinity degree and a Doctor of Ministry degree from Erskine Theological Seminary. While at Erskine, he met his loving wife, Sarah Lynn Ritchie of Fairfield, Virginia, and they were married on June 26 of 1982. Dr. Degenhardt had the honor and privilege of serving on various boards and agencies throughout the ARP denomination. He served on the Board of Stewardship and ARP Foundation, as well as the Erskine College and Seminary Board of Trustees. He was also blessed to serve as the Vice Moderator of the ARP General Synod. He currently serves on the Bon-Clarkin Board of Trustees, the Conference Center for the ARP denomination. In addition to his service at the Synod level, he has served on various commissions and committees on the presbytery level in First Presbytery, Second Presbytery, and most recently Catawba Presbytery, where he served as moderator from 2013 to 2014. Not only has Dr. Degenhardt generously served on various boards and committees in his community, he's also enjoyed being able to use his call to the gospel ministry to impact youth, adults, and individuals with special needs at various week-long summer camps at Bon Clarkin, located in Flat Rock, North Carolina. Throughout his decades of ministry, Dr. Degenhardt has frequently served as a camp minister for Camp Joy, a camp for those affected by physical and mental disabilities. Dr. Degenhardt's caring and generous heart is what makes him stand out as an honorable citizen and follower of Jesus Christ, sacrificing his time to help those around him. Dr. Degenhardt has the encouraging and loving family, his wife Sarah, son Jamie, and daughter Rachel, who support him in walking his path of placing others above himself. Dr. Barry Degenhardt has set the gold standard for decades of dedicated service and commitment to his congregation and to the community for which he will long be remembered. And for that, we all join in saying thank you and Godspeed in your well-deserved years of retirement. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the 12th Congressional District in the state of Michigan to say to Norfolk Southern, don't dump your toxic waste in our state. Last Friday, we learned that shipments of solid liquid toxic waste from East Palestine train derailment in Ohio were being transported to Michigan for disposal. Norfolk Southern chose to dispose truckloads of hazardous materials at multiple sites, including one operated by U.S. Ecology, one of our region's most negligent and notorious corporate polluter. These companies treat our communities, poisoning our communities as the cost of doing business, and we're done with it. I'm so proud of our residents who spoke up, that helped halt their further shipments into our state. I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart, every single one of them, for speaking the truth and demanding better from all of our officials from the state and the federal EPA. We will never give permission for corporate polluters to continue sacrificing the health and well-being of our communities and our families. Our environmental regulators, state and federal, must aggressively protect all of us from this threat and hold these polluters accountable. Madam Speaker, I rise today to say DTE Energy, an investor-owned utility monopoly in our district, charges some of the highest rates in our nation while providing some of the most unreliable service and performs hundreds of thousands of utility shutoffs per year. Right now, many of my residents are in their 7th day of no power, no gas, heat, or electricity. This past week, we have yet a nightmare of more than close to 1 million DTE customers, as well as 200,000 consumer energy customers in our state who have endured days on end without power and heat after completely a foreseeable winter storm. You ask why? Well, because DTE doesn't invest in reliability. It invests in profits and pay for shareholders, executives. The company made $1.1 billion in profits last year alone. Investor-owned utilities like DTE will always put profits over the people that we serve in this chamber. During the worst of the pandemic in 2020, Madam Speaker, DTE shut off to customers more than 80,000 times, despite being subsidized by our own federal government with the tune of $268 million in CARES Act funding. The reason? They paid out $807 million to shareholders instead of keeping the power on for our residents who are struggling through the pandemic. Since 2015, DTE has received over $775 million in rate hikes, the second highest rate of increase in our nation. And they just announced their intention to seek another massive rate hike. DTE has failed to invest in the infrastructure upgrades necessary to prevent outages, instead choosing to maximize profits for its shareholders and spending millions on campaign contributions to avoid real accountability. I am sick and tired of wealthy corporate executives lining their pockets while our communities suffer and are continue to be exploited. That's why last year I introduced a resolution recognizing the human rights to utilities with Representatives Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman. Access to utilities is not a privilege, y'all. It's a fundamental human right. People depend on it for medical, for safety, again, in their own homes. In the richest country on earth, every single family should have access to electricity, heat, and water. We need public power for all. Madam Speaker, I rise today in the memory of Eva Alvarez, a community activist who worked to improve the lives of countless immigrant families across Southeast Michigan. Her life was suddenly cut short this past weekend in a tragic accident. Ava worked on public policy advocacy for the Michigan Immigrant Rights Center, one of the state's strongest immigrant empowerment agencies in our state, where she championed policies to improve the lives of immigrants, dreamers, farm workers, and TPS holders. She was an incredible leader. Ava will be missed. She is known for her spirit of hope, optimism, which helped preserve and remain steadfast in her work. She could always be counted on to offer a kind word to uplift others. Ava's sudden passing will be felt deeply throughout our communities. Please join me in honoring the life of Miss Ava Alvarez, and please extend our condolences to her family as we mourn her loss. May she rest in power. I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Right now, family and friends have gathered in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, to celebrate the life of a giant of North Carolina politics, Jim Broyhill, who passed away last week at 95. Mr. Broyhill served in this House for 23 years and briefly as a member of the United States Senate. His story began in the town of Lenoir, where he was born the son of James Edgar and Sadie Hunt Broyhill, whose Broyhill Furniture had become a thriving business and brand name known nationwide. You see, Ed Broyhill, Mr. Broyhill's father, despite living in a state where the Republican Party was almost extinct, was a Republican National Committee man. And Jim Broyhill listened at the kitchen table as community and business leaders and politicians discussed current events with his father. It sparked Jim's interest, but first he attended and graduated from the University of North Carolina, class of 1950, joined the family business, and emerged as a leader of the business community in his own right. He married Louise, and they started a family, raising 3 children. But like his father, Mr. Broyhill was passionate about politics. He also believed fervently in competition. And more than anything, he wanted to build in North Carolina a competitive 2-party system. In 1962, he materially advanced that ball in a surprise election to Congress. You see, in the preceding districting process, the Democrat-dominated state legislature drew districts designed to eliminate the only North Carolina Republican in the state's congressional delegation, Charles Jonas of Charlotte. But the plan backfired and elected 2 Republicans to Congress, Mr. Jonas and Mr. Broyhill. Once in Washington, Representative Broyhill formed relationships with members of both parties and learned how to be an effective member. He served patiently his entire career in the minority as Democrats ran Congress, just as he patiently nursed political competition back home. He advocated for lower taxes and less regulation, but he set the gold standard in constituent service. And as a result, after that first bare win in 1962, he never again faced a serious challenge in re-election campaigns. Even now, North Carolina members pay heed to the Broyhill model for serving constituent needs. Mr. Broyhill worked across the aisle for more rational business regulation and served as a mentor to fellow Republicans in Congress, meeting one-on-one with freshman members and instructing them on the importance of constituent service and attending local events in the district. After his retirement, he briefly returned to Lenoir and then served as Secretary of Commerce and Chairman of the North Carolina Economic Development Commission. He worked hard to bring new business to the state and had a great deal of success. Mr. Broyhill leaves behind his wife of 71 years, Louise, son Ed, who serves as a Republican National Committeeman himself, daughter Marilyn, 6 grandchildren, 13 great-grandchildren. Son Phil passed away sadly in 2014. In addition, he leaves many, many friends and supporters, grateful constituents, loyal former staff, and members of Congress who followed him into this chamber. Just 15 months ago, I had the privilege to meet Mr. and Mrs. Broyhill myself. It cemented for me the larger-than-life figure of Jim Broyhill, who has long since entered the pantheon of foremost North Carolina leaders. But for all the care he furnished to the Republican Party as it broke one-party dominance in North Carolina, his first priority was Louise, Ed, and Marilyn, his extended family, whom he loved. Jim Broyhill was a distinguished gentleman, a humble public servant, a loyal husband, father, and friend. It's my honor to pay tribute to his memory today. Jim Broyhill, rest in peace. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Miss Porter, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, our economy thrives on competition and freedom. No employer should be able to block their workers from taking a better job. But that's what non-compete contracts do. They strip Americans' freedom to work at the job that's best for them. As a result, workers are losing out on nearly $300 billion in wages every year. Companies stop incentivizing workers to stay because they don't need to. They're stuck. Non-competes also drag down the entire economy, hurting even those of us who aren't covered by them. Everyone is harmed when wages are suppressed, innovation is stifled, and competition is prevented. I'm thrilled that the Federal Trade Commission is ending this toxic practice. Banning non-competes will promote the ideals our country was founded on: open markets, economic mobility, and the right to control one's own life. I commend this effort to make our capitalist economy more fair, free, and prosperous. Madam Speaker, I rise today to sound the alarm on the housing crisis crushing millions of Americans. Skyrocketing rents across the country are pummeling families and squeezing them out of their homes. Let's face it, the rental market is broken and riddled with unfair practices. Unreasonable background checks, crooked screening algorithms, and anti-competitive information sharing are just some of the many obstacles locking renters out from obtaining safe and affordable housing. I'm grateful that the Biden administration announced new actions to increase fairness in the rental market, protect tenants, and make housing more affordable. Rooting out predatory tactics and developing strong guardrails will help prevent future egregious increases in rent. As California's watchdog during the last foreclosure crisis, I know it takes fight to keep families in their homes. I urge leaders across government to stand up for renters. Madam Speaker, I rise to address how our government can address the issues facing our AAPI community. Supporting Asian and Pacific Island Americans requires recognizing the diversity within those communities. Inadequate data limit our ability to serve all Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. Federal data on AAPI people fail to capture differences across ethnic backgrounds. Grouping all AAPI people into one supercategory erases important distinctions in cultural traditions and lived experiences. Blunt data instruments cannot produce targeted policy solutions to the dangers AAPI communities face, like hate crimes. In California, anti-AAPI hate crimes are up 177%. But some communities experience these threats more acutely. For example, a recent survey found Vietnamese communities are 38% more likely to worry about hate crimes than other AAPI communities. I'm leading efforts to fund community-based solutions to anti-AAPI hate crimes. But making these tools even more effective requires data that identify at-risk groups. Official data must guide our efforts to keep our AAPI neighbors safe. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hagman, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to talk about yet another instance of the insanity of wokeism that is permeating our society, ruining our culture, and destroying our ability to govern. This scourge has infiltrated academia, the media, and our corporate boardrooms, and it is now taking over our government functions, all on the backs of our taxpayers. Those very taxpayers who recognize this nonsense for what it is and who are being plucked clean by an elitist cabal of eco-warriors who are paid to destroy the very standard of living that allows them to focus on made-up crises rather than to do the job for which they were hired. Of what do I speak? The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has now begun offering eco-grief training for its employees. Yes, you heard me correctly. eco-grief, a made-up condition that provides an opportunity for our oh-so-delicate employees who are allegedly struggling with a sense of trauma as they witness what they claim is a changing environment. It is one thing for a private company to waste its own money, but it's not okay for the federal government to misappropriate our money to further a political agenda that is intended to increase the cost of putting food on your table, a roof over your head, and gas in your car. It is our money that is being used for environmental activism instead of paying down some of our nearly $32 trillion in debt. It is our money that is being used to convince people that the United States is evil, despite the fact that we have lifted more people out of poverty, provided a better standard of living, and provided more opportunities for more people than any other country in the history of mankind, while at the same time using and managing our natural resources in a way that protects our environment and our sovereignty. Eco-grief is admittedly a smaller budget item than many other woke programs. That, however, is no reason to ignore what it portends, as it is just the latest made-up malady and another part of a larger-scale assault on both common sense and American energy. Biden's administration has gone to war on our energy industries by blocking the extraction, development, transport, and use of our abundant and clean fossil fuels. In other words, those energy resources that actually work, such as coal, oil and gas, and uranium. They seek to make us energy paupers, thereby forcing the United States to beg other countries for the resources that we need to power this country and our economy. Permitting is now longer, more complicated, more expensive, and designed to limit new energy development and production throughout every step of the process. Oil and gas leases have declined by 97% compared to this point in Donald Trump's presidency. Despite Biden irresponsibly tapping into our strategic petroleum reserves, gas prices remain stubbornly high, and natural gas, a major source of home heating for half of America, is expected to increase by 25%. Coal provides a quarter of America's energy. It is critical to manufacturing and is vital to not only my state of Wyoming, but to anyone who wants to ensure access to clean and affordable energy. It is under constant attack by the ever-increasing and more restrictive rules issued from on high by the unelected bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. And who suffers? The citizens of this country, with the poorest among us suffering the most. I believe that there truly is a special place in hell for people who adopt policies that are designed to create energy poverty, a situation where families must choose between buying food or heating their homes or putting gas in their cars. This will be one of Biden's lasting legacies, shared misery for everyone except the liberal elite. Quite simply, we cannot afford the woke energy agenda being pursued by President Biden, and we sure as heck can't indulge in the latest made-up condition of eco-grief. But while it may seem that we are in a hopeless situation with a nonstop cycle of bad policies coming out of D.C., we cannot give up. With the Republicans now in control of the House of Representatives, we must pass legislation to claw back power from the administrative state, and I am filing multiple bills to do just that. Ultimately, the solution is in producing our affordable and plentiful American energy, but we cannot wait for 2 more years. Our citizens need relief now. I hope that everyone in this chamber will join me in fighting against Biden's war on energy. We must call out the nonsense and remind these unelected bureaucrats who they actually work for, the American citizens who have no interest in paying for their counseling. And for our friends at the Fish and Wildlife Service who may be watching this speech, you may want to take that eco-grief seminar now before we legislate it out of existence. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Kaptur, for 5 minutes.
And to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to mark more than 1 year of Russia's expanded terrorist war against Ukraine after its initial unprovoked invasion in 2014. The words of Ukraine's poet laureate Taras Shevchenko ring especially true today, as when he penned them nearly 2 centuries ago. Rise ye up, break your chains, and water with the tyrant's blood the freedom they have won. Ukraine's moment to victory is now. The defining accomplishment of the 20th century was the victory of liberty over tyranny, vanquishing Nazi and imperialist tyranny and defeating the forces of communism. Soviet-imposed communism, a half-century later, ended the Cold War. New institutions for the common defense of liberty, including NATO, were founded. The U.S. Marshall Plan helped to secure and rebuild a war-torn but free Europe, and both America and liberty prospered. Through the bipartisan leadership of great Americans, including General George Marshall, Secretary of War Henry Stimson, and Presidents Harry Truman and Dwight Eisenhower, America rose, though somewhat reluctantly, to be liberty's standard bearer. And even in those European nations that had fallen behind the Iron Curtain, such as Ukraine, the impulse for freedom hastened. For America, helping liberty defeat tyranny has always been bipartisan. Recall the images of President John Kennedy in West Germany declaring, "Ich bin ein Berliner." President Ronald Reagan stood behind the Brandenburg Gate nearly 2 decades later, near the Berlin Wall, demanding, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." Those images defined the boundary between East and West, free people versus subjugated people. It was barely 2 years after President Reagan's speech and after over 4 decades of free world vigilance that the world witnessed the profound victory of the valiant Solidarność workers in the steel yards of Gdańsk, Poland. Soon, captive nations subjugated by the Soviet Union for decades began to tumble. First in 1989, Poland. Then in 1991, Ukraine. Then the entirety of the captive nations held subjugated by the Soviet Union. It was a major turning point in the arc of world history. The Allied post-war institutions created to defend liberty still exist today. Indeed, now with Sweden and Finland joining NATO, that alliance grows stronger than it has ever been. Ukraine, too, seeks to join its European allies who are democratic in the European Union. Ukrainian soldiers, meanwhile, battle, vastly outnumbered, dying for the cause of self-determination and liberty. Against great odds, Ukraine faces an enemy 3 times their population, with far more military resources, but they fight. To gain a sense of what Ukrainians are feeling right now, visit the World War II Memorial here in Washington, D.C. Seek to understand the sacrifices of the more than 400,000 Americans whose lives were given to liberty in its cause on the Atlantic, Pacific, and African fronts during the 20th century, so that we, our generations, could remain free. But under Soviet domination, no nation in the world suffered more than Ukraine. More than 4 million innocent people were systematically starved to death by Joseph Stalin, with millions upon millions upon millions more whose names we will never know, murdered by Stalin's brutal communist regime. America has been absent those horrors, thank God. Despite these bestial atrocities, America at times has turned a blind eye to Russian atrocities, dating back to its World War II unholy alliance with the Soviet Union to defeat Nazism. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to place the additional remarks in the record, and I thank those who are listening. I yield back.
Without objection. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, for 5 minutes.
I would like to take this time to honor the late Jacob Cruz Barnes, who sadly left this world earlier this month. Jacob, also known as Jake, was a proud son of Guam, a proud veteran of the United States Air Force who served our great country for over 29 years in uniform. And Jake also spent a good number of years ensuring that many needs of our community were addressed in public service. Unfortunately, the last couple of years were very challenging for Jake and his family, as he was unable to get needed care that he required as he fought several medical challenges, including the fight for survival. The simple and decent services were unavailable in Guam for not only Jake, but for many other of our veterans. These are individuals who have put so much on the line to preserve freedom and democracy to our great nation and our beautiful island of Guam. That this country, that this government needs to invest more to ensure when it's their time to obtain reliable care, that is made available for them at home, where they can be with their family and loved ones. Sadly, Jake had to relocate to the mainland to obtain additional care. We need to do more. This government needs to take note that Guam has among the highest per capita enlistments in the nation, that we have proud patriots who call Guam their home, that we have American citizens who are treated as second-class citizens when it comes to care, whether it be for our veterans or even when it comes to SSI for our disabled residents. We can't say we're a land of opportunity when American citizens on U.S. territory are not provided equity. Jake leaves behind a legacy of leadership, courage, and commitment to his family, our island, and our nation. I had the honor of serving with his wife, longtime senator and former Speaker of Guam Legislature, Tina Munya Barnes, over the past 4 years. She, too, has always been a staunch advocate for equity when it comes to benefits for our community. I witnessed firsthand the challenges she and her family had to endure to ensure that care was made available for Jake. It wasn't easy. From the halls of this historical building, which represent democracy and freedom, I would like to honor a veteran, a son of Guam, the late Jacob Cruz Barnes. On behalf of the 118th Congress, I would like to take and express my deepest condolences to his wife, Speaker Tina, his 4 children, his grand and great-grandchildren, and his many other family members. Jake, thank you for your services, and may you rest in peace. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? God, our guardian and sure defender, cause us not to go forth into this day with such haste that we fail to wait on you to direct our steps. For you have promised time and again that you will go before us, and so we pray your guidance for this day. May we trust you to lead us where you would have us go. May we be sure that you have already prepared us to do the work that is set before us. May we anticipate the blessings you have provided for us. Remind us that we need only follow your lead. Then, O God, as you go before us, be also our rear guard. Surround us with your encouragement when we are hesitant to move forward. Protect us from those who come from behind to exploit our vulnerabilities. Uphold us as we strain under the weight of schedules and expectations. God, go before us to lead us, behind us to defend us, and be ever with us, that we may enjoy the embrace of your love. In your merciful name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the Journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House his approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, please join in. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since Biden has been in office, his irresponsible decisions, supported by the Democrat-led Congress, have left American families in financial stress. Inflation, at a 40-year high, has increased the cost of everyday items. We have destruction of jobs. These policies have cost the typical household $10,000. Additionally, year-to-year wage growth has been negative for 22 months. Bidenflation is a tax on all Americans. At an inflation rate of 6.4% in January, we have an outrageous situation with rising prices. Eggs are up an astronomical 70%, butter up 33%, fuel oil up 28%, flour up 20%, lettuce up 17%, bread up 15%, milk up 11%. The newly elected House Republican majority, led by Speaker Kevin McCarthy, is committed to fighting inflation and lowering the cost of living, creating jobs. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute, sir.
Does the gentleman seek unanimous consent?
I do. Thank you.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Adult and Teen Challenge of ATC, a faith-based organization serving on the front lines to combat our nation's spiking drug and alcohol addiction crisis. I'm really proud that ATC, headquartered in the great state of Missouri, is providing life-saving services to thousands of people afflicted by substance abuse disorders. Daily, more than a dozen people reach out to ATC looking for help for themselves or a loved one, and ATC is always answering the call. ATC has provided recovery care through Christ-centered solutions for more than 14,000 persons per month in the last year. And it's really time that we recognize the importance of faith in the addiction recovery and support process for those working to see addiction numbers decrease instead of increase. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
166 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
Number 4, House Resolution 166, resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 347 to require the Executive Office of the President to provide an inflation estimate with respect to executive orders with significant effect on the annual gross budget and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. No amendment to the bill shall be in order except those printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill to the House with such amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and amendments thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 30, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Labor relating to prudence and loyalty in selecting plan investments and exercising shareholder rights. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I do ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
House Resolution 166 provides for the consideration of 2 measures, H.R. 347 and H.J. Res. 30. The rule provides that for H.R. 347, the Rein-In Act, to be considered under a structured rule, with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee of Oversight and Accountability or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. The rule makes in order 15 amendments. Additionally, the rule provides for consideration of H.J. Res. 30, a resolution of congressional disapproval of the rules submitted by the Department of Labor relating to prudence and loyalty in selecting plan investments and exercising shareholder rights. Under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Workforce or their designees, and it does provide 1 motion to recommit. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the rule and in support of the underlying bills. Today, the Republican majority is holding the Biden administration accountable. The American people sent the Republican majority to Washington to exercise a moderating influence on the executive branch and as a check against President Biden and the Democrats' worst policy impulses. Mr. Speaker, over the last 2 years, the American people have been at the mercy of President Biden and Democrats' reckless tax and spend agenda. Having survived those 2 long years, The American public could not stomach 2 more years of unified Democratic control in Washington, so this past November, American voters elected a Republican majority in the People's House to address the people's business. Instead of devoting all of their time and effort to service industries and projects favored by Democratic consultants, the Green lobby, and woke political activists, Republicans are working at breakneck pace to address the issues that the American people actually care about: protecting the retirement savings of hardworking Americans from Green New Deal radicals. The House GOP is the last line of defense between the American people and President Biden's inflationary agenda. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to commend Mr. Barr for introducing H.J. Res. 30 so we can bring this important piece of legislation to the floor today. Without his leadership on this issue, pensioners and retirees would be defenseless against the designs and machinations of a loud but vocal minority planning to conscript the retirement savings of retirees and American workers to pursue an investment agenda, and one that is not founded on fiduciary responsibility to maximize a return on investment. Democrats understand that their Green New Deal agenda is politically toxic as far as the American public is concerned. They know that their radical energy agenda has been exposed and laid bare to the American people. For that reason, they have orchestrated and overseen a coordinated campaign to capture the boardrooms and the pension funds seeking to implement the change that they simply could not achieve at the ballot box. What Democrats are trying to achieve would be more intellectually and morally defensible if they had the courage to bring these measures to the floor for a vote in the People's House. But in fact, the Democrats could not take that risk, Mr. Speaker. It would be a highly embarrassing spectacle exposing their woke ESG agenda as toxic to the American public. Instead, Democrats and their radical environmental NGO allies will continue to work in the shadows, strong-arming and intimidating corporations and investors alike, using any means necessary to conscript the life savings of pensioners and retirees to implement a dangerous and illiberal investment strategy centered not on the welfare of retirees, but on their favored pet political projects. In addition to this being an unwise and undemocratic investment strategy, Mr. Speaker, if this investment strategy is allowed to metastasize, the traditional energy sources, those that heat our homes, clean our drinking water, and power our electrical grid, will be seriously placed in jeopardy. This isn't hypothetical, Mr. Speaker. Democratic policies are pushing our electrical grid to the brink. Reliable baseload generation sources are being phased out at a dizzying pace. The traditional energy projects that make the comforts of modern life possible are being prematurely marked for closure, not because they're uneconomical, but because they run counter to the Democrats' crusade against fossil fuels. In my native Texas, Mr. Speaker, I'm in communication with capital market professionals who inform me that their firms will no longer invest in energy projects that provide dispatchable and reliable power to the electrical grid. Not because these projects are undeserving or won't deliver a return on investment, but for fear of being named by Democrats and their corporate allies for being insufficiently committed to their radical environmental agenda. I'm reminded of the passage from the Gospel of Matthew, Mr. Speaker. You will know them by their fruits. Democrats are once again looking to conscript the life savings of pensioners and retirees in this new Green Deal agenda. Mr. Speaker, this is the deleterious downstream effect of the Democrats' Green New Deal and their moral panic. It is jeopardizing the health and well-being of American citizens in pursuit of a disturbing dogmatic energy agenda that is myopically focused on potential environmental impacts rather than the flourishing and prosperity of all Americans. Mr. Speaker, the conventional wisdom would suggest that President Biden and his Democrat allies in the House would step back and reassess their policies after having lost their majority in November. One could be forgiven for thinking that having been humbled at the ballot box, Democrats would benefit from reflection and introspection to try to understand why American voters rejected their policies so thoroughly in the midterm elections. Unfortunately for the American people, President Biden and House Democrats have doubled down on their inflationary and unpopular agenda, all in the wake of November's election. Instead of triangulating and trying to better align themselves with the priorities of everyday Americans, the Biden administration has continued this barrage of unpopular executive orders, from trying to cancel student loan debt to increasing household costs for American families through increased energy and food costs. Democrats and President Biden have demonstrated once again they are simply out of step with the American public. This is why Republicans are united in holding the Biden administration accountable for the reckless economic policies that seek to supercharge and further embed inflation into the American economy. The Republican majority is proud to bring to the floor H.R. 347, the Rein In Act, which would mandate that the Biden administration undertake and produce a report for any major executive order that it issues that would detail the inflationary impact of said executive action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentleman from Texas for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate our Republican colleagues on finally releasing their big plan to end inflation. What a day. We've all been home for 2 weeks. We know inflation is a big problem. We hear about it at the supermarket. We see it in our communities. It's a global problem impacting every single country. Now, over the last 2 years, Democrats here in the House, alongside President Biden, have taken aggressive action to fight inflation and lower prices. And at every step, Republicans have voted no, no, no. At every step, they've boasted about their own alternative, comprehensive plan to stop inflation in its tracks. It's got to be big. It's got to be really big. Can't wait to read it. Wow, wait until you hear about the Republican plan to stop inflation in its tracks. But forgive me if I'm confused today, because after months of waiting with bated breath, after all your announcements and after all your press releases and all your tweets about inflation, we finally find out that your big plan, what your big plan to stop inflation really is. Your big bill to address the American people's number one concern. It's a report. More government paperwork. Great. I mean, will people be able to print out the report and trade it in for cheaper gas or lower food prices? Because unless they can, and I'm not an economist here, but I don't think this is going to make a difference. The bill, and I hesitate to call it a bill because it might as well be a tweet or a press release, does nothing. Maybe it should be an amendment to an actual bill that fights inflation. Just a suggestion. But don't try to pass this off as a real plan. Don't pretend this actually does anything. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed for my Republican colleagues, to be honest. 2 years to put this together, the number one issue for the American people, and this is what they come up with? A book report on inflation. It reminds me of the time last year when they tried to solve crime with a report. This is what happens when you try to write a bill for Twitter instead of a bill that actually helps everyday people. And the audacity, the sheer audacity of saying that all this inflation was caused by President Biden, when the guy before him added nearly $8 trillion to the national debt, when the guy before him presided over a 39% increase in the national debt, when the guy before him accumulated 25% of the total debt in American history. The hypocrisy is incredible. Now, just contrast that with what Democrats did to rein in inflation and lower costs for people. Democrats capped insulin at $35 per month. Democrats reduced the price of prescription drugs for seniors. Democrats, for the first time in history, are making sure that Big Pharma faces penalties for raising their prices faster than inflation. Democrats are saving families money with special tax credits for making good investments. All things that Republicans voted against. 100% of Republicans voted against reducing prescription drug prices. 100% of them voted against cheaper insulin for our senior citizens. 100% of them voted against lower gas prices. I guess we could give them some credit because only 95% of them voted against lower food prices. Now maybe, and hear me out here, maybe Republicans don't want to solve inflation. Maybe they know that addressing inflation means taking on greedy CEOs, big oil and billionaire corporations. Maybe they know it means standing up to Putin, who is driving up energy prices with his war in Ukraine. Maybe Republicans are too scared to fight inflation. But Democrats are ready to go to bat against corporate greed because we stand with everyday families who are being hurt by rising costs. Today, Leader Jeffries is introducing the PRO Act, a bill empowering workers to unionize and hold their employers accountable for improper work practices. Because while Republicans continue standing with the billionaire corporations responsible for price gouging, Democrats stand with workers hurt by inflation. We support their right to organize for better wages. And instead of wasting time writing a bill that only requires a book report on inflation, we spent the last 2 years taking action to actually stop inflation in the long term by bringing jobs and manufacturing back to America. Democrats secured over $300 billion in investments in U.S. manufacturing to move supply chains back to America. We voted to lower food and fuel prices, made the most robust updates in 70 years to the Buy American Act to boost domestic manufacturing, enacted the Ocean Shipping Reform Act to cut costs for American families and bring down shipping prices, oversaw the largest one-year decrease in the federal deficit in American history. That's the Democratic record. Now, we don't claim it's perfect. Prices are still too high. Inflation is hurting people. I know it. Joe Biden knows it. Democratic leadership knows it. So there's a difference here. There's a difference here, and it's a big one. Democrats are fighting for the families being hurt by inflation and taking on the greedy corporations who are driving prices up. And Republicans, their solution is to blame Democrats, blame Biden, and write a book report. Now, I guess when you have no plans, when you have no real ideas, you'll do anything to say you did something. And that's all this is, a talking point, a press release, and a total waste of time. Apparently, the bar is on the ground for this new House majority, and it's a real shame. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Texas.
I'll reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to provide for consideration of a resolution that affirms the House's unwavering commitment to protect and strengthen Social Security and Medicare, and states that it is the position of the House to reject any cuts to the programs. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, Social Security and Medicare are the bedrock of our nation's social safety net. Yet, as many of my Republican colleagues demand reckless cuts in exchange for paying our nation's bills, these programs are under threat. Despite recent rhetoric to the contrary, Republicans claim that they won't cut Social Security and Medicare benefits. Well, Mr. Speaker, today, Democrats are giving Republicans a chance to back up that claim with action by providing them a chance to reassure the American people, not just with their words, but with their votes. Today, they can vote unequivocally that they won't cut these vital programs. Anything short is an empty promise. I reserve my time.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close if the gentleman is. I'll reserve to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
It's interesting, Mr. Speaker, that none of my fellow Republican colleagues want to come down and join in with my colleague from Texas to talk about how great this bill is to fight inflation. But in any event, I'd be embarrassed to be here defending this measure as well. But in any event, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from the Washington Post entitled, "What Should the White House Do to Combat Inflation? Experts Weighed In with 12 Ideas." Mr. Speaker, maybe my friends on the other side of the aisle should take a look at this article. While I don't agree with all the ideas in here, at least this article has actual ideas to bring down inflation instead of the Republican plan to write a book report on inflation to Congress. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, all I can say is that the American people deserve better. They deserve more than a book report. They deserve action that will make a positive difference in their lives. And I encourage my colleagues, to vote no on this rule and vote no on the underlying bill. I'm also, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from the Hill entitled, "5 Actions Biden Has Taken in Response to High Gas Prices."
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, President Biden has taken steps to lower prices at the pump for the American people. Since prices began to rise, President Biden released 50 million barrels of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, removed restrictions on the sale of higher ethanol fuel, and called out oil companies for taking advantage of their customers, communities, and their country. He also continues to promote a transition to renewable energy. So President Biden has acted to try to lower prices. My Republican colleagues cannot do the same. I guess I'll say finally, Mr. Speaker, I mean, we have some serious challenges in this country. Inflation is one of them. And the idea that after all the buildup, after all the talk of we have a comprehensive plan to fight inflation, this is it? This is it? This is an embarrassment, Mr. Speaker. There are things that we can do together to lower costs for the American people. A book report doesn't lower the costs for anybody. And by the way, under this bill, the book report that is required for executive orders, it's not even required to be published. They could write a book report and no one gets to see it. I mean, this is not what the American people had hoped for. They had hoped we would come together and kind of rally around ideas that would actually make a difference in their lives. So yeah, you can pass this and say, we just passed this big plan to fight inflation, and then hope that nobody realizes that you did nothing. And I will say, Mr. Speaker, this is a missed opportunity. This was a time, quite frankly, where committees of jurisdiction should have come together, done hearings, heard ideas, Republican ideas and Democratic ideas, and taken the best of them and brought them to the floor. Ideas that would have made a difference in people's lives. This does nothing. This does nothing. And so, I guess you can tweet out that you voted for a book report on inflation and hope that your constituents will think that somehow you accomplished something big. But I would say that my constituents certainly would not be satisfied with this. Mr. Speaker, all this talk about bringing down the deficit, and do I need to remind everybody that the first Republican bill passed this year when we came into the majority, their first bill added $114 billion to the national debt. I mean, come on. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from the Hill entitled CBO, GOP's IRS bill would add $114 billion to the deficit.
Without objection.
So anyway, look, one is I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question. And again, I want to repeat that. The reason why you want to vote no on because the previous question basically would allow us to bring up an amendment that basically says it is not the intention of this House to do anything to cut Social Security or Medicare. All my friends got all upset, notwithstanding their rhetoric that they want to go after Social Security and Medicare. They were all upset that they were being called out on their words. Well, here's an opportunity to put that to rest. It's very, very simple. We're not going to cut Social Security. We're not going to cut Medicare. So if you vote no on the previous question, we can do that. And I urge my colleagues to vote no on this rule and no on the underlying bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield myself the balance of our time.
Without objection.
You know, I'm driving to the airport early Monday morning on the way back up here for another week in Washington. Price of gas was $3 a gallon in Texas in February. Now that's bad news because by the time you get to Memorial Day, the peak of the summer driving season, gasoline is always $1 more than it is in February. So look, the president was able to bring the price of gas down artificially by depleting our emergency reserve. And who does that? Who does that? Who spends all of their emergency funds and said, good on me, I brought the prices down, when you didn't do anything to increase the supply? Now here's the good news. One of the reasons we aren't surrounded by a lot of our colleagues right now on the floor of the House debating this rule is because members, both Democrats and Republicans, are in committees, in the committees of jurisdiction, doing the actual work. I left a markup from the Energy and Commerce Committee, the Subcommittee on Energy, looking at ways to increase our supply of energy to do what? To bring down the cost of energy for consumers. And that seems like a logical thing to do. We see what the administration's response was. It was to sign an executive order to say we're going to cut off a pipeline so you can't bring any more product into the United States. You can't ship that product from Canada down to Port Arthur, Texas, and refine it with Texas jobs. No, they cut that off. And as a consequence, it has to be made up somewhere else. The good news is we didn't run out. And there is additional supply. There is additional energy to be pumped, harvested, in the certainly in the Permian Basin and the Delaware Basins of Texas. And the good news is that producers, a lot of small and independent producers, are doing just that. So rather than having to go hat in hand to OPEC, or OPEC Plus, I guess now, because they added Russia to OPEC, rather than having to go to a dictator in Venezuela, you can buy your oil and gas from the United States of America. And who is doing that? Well, Germany is doing that. They hastened the development of several LNG offshoring plants so that they could bring in that Texas product to heat the homes of Germans who had been cut off by Vladimir Putin in an attempt to starve Europe for energy during the Ukraine war. You know, one of these bills that we're debating, the rule that we're debating, will allow a bill to come to the floor for debate on looking into the cost of executive orders. I already referenced one of those executive orders, one done on the very first day of the Biden administration, which was to negate the Keystone Pipeline. But there were others. The Committee for Responsible Budget actually has calculated a total of $1.1 trillion in executive orders in the last 2 years and 2 months since this president has taken office. Digging into the numbers, and of course it'll be a big story over at the Supreme Court later this week, but the president wants to cancel student loan debt. That's $750 billion. Shouldn't we have shouldn't that be a consequence that is argued in Congress and is not done just through an executive order? Look, we wisely rejected a monarchy. And we said we want government with the consent of the governed. That means that all of the decisions do not flow from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, but by virtue of the fact that we have a divided government, the People's House is supposed to weigh in on these decisions. They're not made unilaterally by the President of the United States, which by definition is what an executive order is. So we have $185 billion in increased SNAP benefits. Maybe good, maybe not. The gentleman from Massachusetts and I agree on programs that tackle hunger in this country, but shouldn't we, as members of the People's House, have the opportunity to debate that rather than the decision simply made by one individual down the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue? We already talked about Keystone Pipeline, canceling ANWR and the exploration and development of oil in that plain in Alaska, which has been, honest engine. If Clinton had not prevented that, President Clinton had not prevented that in 1997, that would be a producing field today that would reduce our trade deficit, to be sure, so we will be able to produce American energy, but also would have had a profound effect on the budget because, in fact, Mr. Speaker, you'll recall it was a budget bill that year where President Clinton then blocked the development in the ANWR. What about repealing President Trump's rules on the waters of the United States and the NEPA streamlining rules? All of these things have been done as executive orders since this president took office, and the consequence, the fiscal consequence, the downstream consequence has been profound. So, look, I want to encourage everyone in the House today to support these measures when they come to the floor. If you want to remake financial markets, you can't do that by congressional fiat. You have to have the courage to bring that measure to the floor for a vote. And I would encourage members additionally to support the Rein In Act, and this measure will act as an important check on the Biden administration, forcing President Biden to grapple with the harm that his executive orders are inflicting on the long-suffering American people. Mr. Speaker, Republicans remain united in pursuing legislative policies that put the American people at the forefront, put them ahead of the special interests, put them ahead of the army of lawyers and lobbyists that occupy this town. Let's put the people of America first. I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair. The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: ordering the previous question on House Resolution 166 and adoption of the rule or the adoption of the House Resolution 166 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the remaining electronic vote will be conducted as a 5-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 166, on which the ayes and nays were ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 4, House Resolution 166, resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 347 to require the Executive Office of the President to provide an inflation estimate with respect to executive orders with a significant effect on the annual gross budget and for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 30, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Labor relating to prudent and loyalty in selecting plan investments and exercising shareholder rights.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. Let's vote. The yeas are 213, the nays are 201. The previous question is ordered. Question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I ask for a recorded vote, the yeas and nays.
Recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Official number having risen. Recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 205. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. Will members take their conversations off the floor? The House will be in order. Ready? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The House will be in order. Members are advised to take their conversations off the floor. Thank you. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to House Resolution 166, I call up the joint resolution H.J. Res. 30, providing congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, of the rules submitted by the Department of Labor relating to prudence and loyalty in selecting planned investments and exercising shareholder rights, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 30, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Labor relating to prudence and loyalty in selecting planned investments and exercising shareholder rights.
Pursuant to House Resolution 166, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debated for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee of Education and Workforce or their respective designees. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the resolution under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.J. Res. 30, a Congressional Review Act resolution nullifying the Biden administration's attempt to politicize the retirement savings of Americans. ESG investing puts the future of millions of Americans in jeopardy. Due to Biden's reckless economic policies, too many Americans are worried about rising cost of living. Diverting retirement savings to fund social justice causes will make this problem even worse. And for current retirees, the situation is especially salient. Last year, the Biden Department of Labor published a rule allowing retirement plan fiduciaries to consider environmental, social, and governance, ESG, factors when making investment decisions and exercising shareholder rights. The rule removed common sense protections for retirement savers established by the Trump administration, which ensured that retirement plan fiduciaries evaluate investments and exercise shareholder rights based only on the financial benefits to participants and beneficiaries. That is what retirement savers expect. Now, thanks to Democrats, workers can be placed into ESG investment vehicles by default. And if a fiduciary finds that two investments are equal, the fiduciary is allowed to use collateral ESG factors to break the tie without justifying or documenting that decision. And while my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have argued that the Biden rule is neutral, they have done a poor job of hiding the administration's true intentions. The department issued the rule in response to two executive orders on climate change, and the explanation of the rule is littered with Democrats' preferred political projects, such as labor relations, climate change, and workforce and corporate board diversity. Further, DOL officials have repeatedly stated that they will pursue additional actions concerning ESG in retirement plans. The left is using ESG investment criteria as a political tool to cudgel companies into accepting leftist policies. This is how the left always operates. This is just the first step. If we let this continue, the left will use ESG investing to push non-compliant companies out of the marketplace. This is pernicious and it is hypocritical. It is unacceptable to encourage fiduciaries to sacrifice the savings of Americans to the orthodoxy of the woke left. In fact, this is prohibited under the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974, ERISA, as affirmed by the Supreme Court. Yet the Biden administration's rule permitting and encouraging retirement plan fiduciaries to consider ESG when investing workers' savings flips ERISA on its head. By paving the way for ESG investing in employer-sponsored retirement plans, President Biden is threatening the retirement savings of Americans. Such a fundamental change to ERISA should be debated and considered in Congress, not enacted through executive fiat illegally. Americans invest to secure their future, not to fund the Green New Deal or leftist pet projects. Fiduciaries governed by ERISA should not be allowed to make investments they know will not pay off. A fiduciary's most important responsibility is to make investments that are in the financial interest of workers and retirees. It's time to stop this madness. That is why I support the resolution to nullify the Biden administration's destructive retirement plan rule. I urge my colleagues to put workers and retirees above politics and vote for this resolution. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.J. Res. 30, a Congressional Review Act resolution of disapproval to nullify a popular and sensible rule issued by the Biden-Harris administration last year. Workers should be able to invest their retirement savings in a way that reflects their values, such as combating climate change, without sacrificing investment returns. That's why the Biden-Harris administration issued a rule to clarify that retirement plan beneficiaries may consider the economic effects of climate change and other environmental, social, and governance factors, or ESG factors, when they make investment decisions for participants in retirement plans. Now, be clear, this rule is not an ESG mandate. Additionally, the rule does not change the fiduciary standard to which professionals who make investment decisions for retirement plans are bound. They must still prioritize the interests of retirement plan participants and cannot sacrifice investment returns to pursue ESG goals. So let's be clear. Consideration of ESG factors is not at odds with making a profit. In fact, workers' profit is still central, but if a company has negative externalities, such as carbon-intensive business practices, vulnerability to sea level rise, high liability risks, or record of mistreating workers who may go on strike, its stock could suffer in the long term. Workers often contribute to their retirement for decades before drawing down on their savings, so it makes sense that retirement plan beneficiaries must consider the long-term time horizon when making investment decisions. Finally, there's widespread support for the Biden-Harris administration's rule. Of comment letters submitted on the proposed rule, 83% of the letters submitted by institutions like corporations, financial firms, and labor organizations supported the rule. And over 97% of letters submitted by individuals supported the rule. Simply put, the Biden-Harris rule reflects the best interests of the American people and our economy. We should not get rid of this popular and reasonable rule by this resolution. The rule just simply allows retirement plan beneficiaries to appropriately consider ESG factors. Retirement fiduciaries, not House Republicans, are best positioned and bound by law to make prudent investment decisions on behalf of retirement savers. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, the originator of this CRA.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady, the chairwoman of the committee, for her leadership in fighting the politicization of capital allocation and the politicization of retirement savings. Mr. Speaker, today, House Republicans stand on the side of retail investors. We stand up for millions of Americans around the country who are increasingly asking themselves this simple question: when will I be able to retire? This Congressional Review Act measure that I am offering is a bipartisan, bicameral joint resolution disapproving of a Department of Labor rulemaking that will politicize Americans' retirement accounts and jeopardize their retirement security. This measure simply states that retirement plan sponsors be required to prioritize maximum financial returns for investors ahead of non-pecuniary factors like environmental, social, and governance standards, a political agenda. We do so in a moment where 1 in 5 Americans have saved nothing for their retirement, including 1 in 3 baby boomers, the generation closest to retirement. We do so in a moment when 78% of Americans are either extremely or somewhat concerned about affording a comfortable retirement. And we do so in a moment where the gap between the amount of money that Americans have saved for retirement and the amount that they will need for retirement is $3.8 trillion. That's why, Mr. Speaker, Congress must act to block the Biden administration's recent rule that greenlights so-called ESG investing in millions of Americans' retirement plans, plowing them into less diversified, higher fees, and lower performing portfolios at precisely the time that we need to maximize financial security for Americans approaching retirement. So let's consider the facts. According to a recent Wall Street Journal report, ESG funds carry 43% higher fees than non-ESG funds. That's what they want. They want Americans to be forced into higher fee funds. A recent study from NYU and the University of Southern California found that over the past 5 years, global ESG funds have underperformed the broader market by 250 basis points per year, an average of 2.6% lower return than non-ESG funds. And this stands to reason because ESG funds are by design less diversified. This is investing 101. When you discriminate against energy stocks and you are heavy in tech, when you're in a tech sell-off and when energy performs the market, who loses? the American retail investor who has unwittingly invested in these fraudulent cancerous funds. This means that an investor who put in $10,000 into an average global ESG fund in 2017 would have realized a $1,750 lower return than if they had invested in the broader market. And while some of my friends on the other side of the aisle argue that ESG investing is actually driven by investors themselves, not ideologues at asset management firms or in the White House who want to push their environmental or social causes at the expense of retail investors, a 2021 study conducted by the University of Chicago and FINRA proves investors largely do not care. 21% of investors don't even know what ESG stands for. Is that popular? Is that what popular ESG is? And this neutrality nonsense. Look, nobody's saying you can't invest based on your values, but this bill would steer people unwittingly into these funds, and the status quo does not deny people to invest based on their values. It just says that the default has to be to maximize returns. So, Mr. Speaker, this debate today is not about investor protection. It's about the ability of investors to maximize returns. It's also about energy security. Even if you don't have a retirement account, this radical ESG movement is hitting your wallet. Since President Biden took office, his administration has waged a war on American energy production, not just holding up leases or blocking infrastructure, but through financial regulation, the weaponization of financial regulation to divert resources and capital and financing away from the American energy sector. A 25% decline in investment in natural gas and oil investment since 2021, and the result, gas prices are up 40% and diesel prices are almost double. Household energy costs hit a 10-year high this winter, costing average American families $1,200, according to a report from the National Energy Assistance Directors Association. And these price hikes and the decline in investment in our energy supply come at the exact time that the Biden administration itself estimates that by 2050, almost half of our nation's energy supply will be made of oil and natural gas. Mr. Speaker, we need more, not less, capital investment and financing of American energy. So I implore the administration, it's time for you to end your assault on energy production that is fueling 40-year high inflation. We as members of Congress cannot allow this administration to continue to perpetrate this war on American energy at the expense of investors. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, who is the co-chair of the Congressional Sustainable Investment Caucus, Mr. Caston.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So 15 years ago, more than half of U.S. electricity came from coal. Today, it's less than 20%. We now generate more energy from renewables than from coal. This isn't anti-energy. It's about cheap energy. 2022, last year, 10% of all vehicle sales in the United States were EVs. That was up from 6% the year before, 2% the year before that. ExxonMobil and Chevron today are trading at about 8 to 9 times their earnings. I would compare that to companies like First Solar and Tesla that are trading at 40 to 60 times earnings. Let me dumb this down for you all. 10 years ago, if you shifted your investment portfolio away from fossil energy towards climate-friendly investments, you would be richer today. Now, my Republican colleagues, you all talk a good game about how you're into personal freedom, and yet you are taking individual investors' freedom away from them with this bill. You all talk a good game about how government should not be picking winners and losers. Why do you all keep picking losers? 2011, a guy named Hugo Chavez, he redirected Venezuelan oil worker pensions into a Ponzi scheme running by a political ally. And now my Republican colleagues, who a couple of weeks ago voted to oppose socialism in all its forms, are thinking that Hugo Chavez guy seems pretty smart. Let's do the same thing. You know what you call capitalism when you're losing? Woke capitalism. So, if you all are afraid of free markets, if you want to destroy workers' pensions, if you oppose individual freedom, if you want to force your constituents to invest in proven losers, then please vote for this resolution. Be honest about your values. For everyone else, vote no. I plan to do so proudly and honestly. Yield back.
The gentleman yields. The members are reminded that to direct their conversations to the chair. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentlelady. Mr. Speaker, over the past 2 years, one thing has become clear. This administration cares more about advancing its radical Green New Deal agenda than about the financial well-being of the American people. We've seen it with their energy policy, but the latest example is the Biden administration's rule to inject woke ESG factors into workers' retirement accounts. Thanks to President Biden's economic policies, workers' retirement savings were down 10% in 2022 compared to 2021. Why is this administration doubling down to further jeopardize Americans' retirement? Retirement plan sponsors have two responsibilities to their client: maximize returns and minimize risk. But the Biden rule will allow asset managers to impose a political agenda on Americans at the expense of retirement savings. The Biden administration should not be jeopardizing Americans' retirement by allowing plan managers to gamble their savings on ESG funds that are proven to be riskier and charge steeper fees. That's why I co-sponsored this bill with my friend Andy Barr to use our authority to nullify the Biden rule and protect Americans' hard-earned retirement savings from politically motivated mismanagement. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished ranking member of the Health, Employment, Labor, Pensions Subcommittee, the gentleman from California, Mr. DeSaulnier.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the gentleman for yielding. The Department of Labor's environmental, social, governance, and rule is good for retirees, and it's good for the American economy. Allowing ESG considerations can help financial professionals identify investments that will be sustainable in the long term in the best interest of their clients. The rule is not an ESG mandate. It simply clarifies that the professionals who make investment decisions for retirement plans do not violate their fiduciary duties by merely considering ESG factors. Existing law already says that these professionals' primary purpose is to make the best financial choices for the plans, and this rule does not change that at all. It merely is a recognition that if a company is inherently risky because of the business they do on their internal practices, its stock could suffer in the long run. Just like American consumers can be motivated to disinvest from companies that pollute or mistreat their workers, now investors will have the same abilities. As a ranking member of the Health, Employment, Labor, and Pensions Subcommittee, I have seen overwhelming support for this rule, especially from the financial industry. Rolling it back would be a significant step backward. I strongly oppose HJA Resolution 30 and encourage all members to do the same so they can leave retirement plan decisions to the retirees and the professionals they respect and they work with. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Fox. Today, the House can repeal a policy from the Department of Labor that harms Americans who simply want to save for retirement. This new rule from the Biden administration says that investment decisions in employer-sponsored retirement plans can be based on climate change and other environmental, social, or governance factors. So typically, without the knowledge of the retirees, their investment funds can be invested in underperforming investments that subsidize unreliable and unaffordable energy. Congress never originally intended for 401ks to be used to advance the priorities of the phony climate movement or to push a social justice agenda. They were simply intended to help people to have the resources they need in retirement. And if ESG-based stocks are higher performing, they would get those investment dollars anyway without this new rule. But Americans inherently know that investing should be about evaluating risk and return from a financial point of view. Hardworking Americans want to know that their investments have strong economic fundamentals that will help them build wealth over a lifetime of work. If Congress is successful in overturning this rule, the investing standard will return to one based on financial factors only. It's bad enough that Biden inflation has eroded the spending power of many retirement savings accounts. Matter of fact, the average retirement account is down 30% over the last 2 years. And many retirees are having to change their retirement plans or to downsize or to work longer. There's even an increase in the number of Americans who are borrowing or withdrawing from the retirement accounts before retirement, just trying to make ends meet. And still, the Department of Labor used executive fiat to leverage trillions of dollars that would be vested in retirement plans to advance their woke agenda that can't pass Congress. But with this vote, Congress can put in some checks and balances to work for the American people, and I urge my colleagues in the House and the Senate to protect the retirement plans of hardworking Americans by voting against this bill. And I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to a distinguished member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce, the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Omar.
The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to Resolution 30. When we, as Americans, are given the opportunity to know what investments to make, the kind of investments that we can make, and the kind of impacts that they will have, that matters. That choice should always be with each one of us. The investments that we make might have an impact on the rest of the world. Many of us would be outraged if we knew that our investments went towards forced labor activities in China and other parts of the world. And yet this resolution would make it difficult for hardworking Americans to determine what investments are being made in their name. Our constituents deserve the freedom to access this information, to have the right to ensure that their money is being invested in a way that is aligned with their values. So I urge my colleagues to reject this resolution, to protect the rights of Americans, to make financial and moral decisions about the kind of investments that they want their retirement to be made of. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Well, I'm glad this House resolution is before us today. We continue to march towards a different sort of government, and part of that different sort of government is the ESG ideology being imposed or encouraged on America's corporations. This is an ideological push on corporations, of which there is too much already. Already, particularly big corporations have seminars giving the left-wing view of the environment, the left-wing view of race, the left-wing view of agenda. And this is to further push down on them and say, here you are, Mr. Big Corporation. We'll give you a nice pat on the back if we use all of your stockholders' money to promote a political agenda. Obviously, that should be offensive to any freedom-loving person in America. Of course, in addition to that, the new rule will, studies from UCLA and New York University shows that the average corporation that engages in this ESG stuff, their market goes up 6.3% instead of 8.9%. So the shareholders have to pay a price. But to me, secondarily to the shareholders paying a price, it's this pound that we already get from the universities, we already get from the popular culture in Hollywood. Now we've got to get it from big business. The traditional freedom-loving moral values of America are something to be stepped aside, and we, big corporate America, are going to ingratiate ourselves to the left-wing bureaucrats in Washington by following the ESG standards. I am very grateful that my good friend from North Carolina has let me give this speech, and I sincerely hope everybody stands up for freedom. The other side of the aisle would not like it if the people who decide what ESG was written by Jim Jordan. Okay, and maybe someday that'll happen. I don't know. I liked it better when the big corporations stay out of this thing, but you want to put the sword over their throat and say, this is the view of the world, you must adapt, you must have seminars and shove it down the throats of your employees. It's a bad day for America if this thing doesn't pass. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to a co-chair of the Congressional Sustainable Investment Caucus, the gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much, Mr. Ranking Member. Sometimes things around here get topsy-turvy, and we have a group here involved in an anti-capitalist crusade against free market principles, attempting to prevent financial institutions from allocating capital in accordance with investors' preference and risk management priorities. Under their proposed resolution, investment advisors can no longer consider environmental, social, and governance factors that materially impact a company's performance and bottom line. That means that your hard-earned dollars cannot be adequately invested because you, the American worker, are now exposed to greater risk. It's interesting, it doesn't say you must invest in ENG. All that the Biden administration says is you can, if you want to. Whatever happened to capitalistic ideals that you should be able to invest in what you want? You're trying to force people to say, no, you cannot invest looking at a strategy of ESG. That doesn't make any sense at all. Doesn't make any sense at all. It's anti-capitalistic, it's anti-market, and we should not support this resolution. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. He's at it again. President Biden's war on America's energy continues. It started day one with the cancellation of the Keystone XL pipeline, and 2 years later, this administration is pushing environmental, social, and governance, or ESG, to clog America's oil and gas production. The Department of Labor is seeking to weaponize American retirement funds as part of President Biden's anti-fossil fuel agenda, all at the expense of your retirement savings. ESG requirements not only exacerbate high energy costs, but also to contribute to inflationary woes and weaken our national security. To be clear, ESG is more government control. ESG is less freedom for Americans. ESG simply is a woke capitalist scam posing as responsible corporate governments, which robs Americans of their hard-earned retirement investments. It's time to stand against the progressive mob who only want an inch but seem to take a mile. So today we're going to say no. We're going to draw the line and say it ends now. It's time to stand against the progressive mob and safeguard our nation's energy independence from the outstretched claws of ESG. A correct vote on the bill today is yes. As a yes vote today says no to ESG. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magazzino.
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose this misguided resolution, which will tie the hands of investors from doing their jobs and will hurt the retirement savings of millions of hardworking Americans. The evidence is clear. Companies that adopt thoughtful policies to manage their environmental, social, and governance risks outperform those that don't. I'll say that again. Companies that have thoughtful policies to manage their environmental, social, and governance risks outperform those that don't. Don't believe me? Ask the shareholders of BP, whose stock fell more than 50% after the Gulf oil spill, wiping out billions of dollars of shareholder value. Or Volkswagen, whose stock fell 45% after they were caught cheating on emissions tests. How about Norfolk Southern? They're in the news lately. Their stock is tanking because of their inattention to managing the safety of their operations. The fact is that environmental, social, and governance issues are financially material to company performance, and any investor who knows what they are doing would be foolish to ignore those factors. I know this because as state treasurer and as an investor in the private sector, I spent the last 10 years studying corporate performance, and ESG issues matter. But even if you don't agree with me, even if you think that environmental and social issues are not material to performance, you ought to at least believe that in a free market, investors should have the power to make their own decisions and to choose which factors they think are material or not. Let them use their professional judgment. Don't try to police what the investors are thinking when they're making decisions. Why is it that the Republican majority, which claims to be the party of limited government and free markets, are abandoning their free market principles and trying to dictate to investors what they have to think? It makes no sense. If anyone was wondering what this is about, it is not about free markets. It is not certainly about protecting workers' retirement security. It's about standing up.
The gentleman is recognized.
Yeah.
I yield an additional minute.
The gentleman is recognized for another minute.
Look, I'll just say again, and thank you to the ranking member, let's be honest about what this debate is really about. It is not about protecting worker retirement savings. If we were serious about that, we would be saying that ESG is material and should be considered. It is not about free market principles. Could it be that it has to do with the oil and gas industry pouring tens of millions of dollars into campaign accounts on the Republican side? Could that be what is driving this? Well, I think we see now where the priorities of our colleagues on the Republican side lie, not with workers, not with free market principles, but with doing the bidding of the oil and gas industry. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the chair, and I don't know if my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't understand the existing law and what this resolution does and the Department of Labor's new rule is, or whether they're just trying to confuse the listeners and the watchers here today. Because the truth is, this is not material for the vast majority of Americans. The studies show that most Americans don't even know what ESG is. And to the extent Americans do find it material, nothing in this resolution prohibits an American from allocating their capital the way they want to. But what this resolution will do is stop the Department of Labor from coercing Americans into lower performing, higher fee, less diversified, politicized funds. We must stop the politicization of allocation of capital. And when my friend from Illinois says, well, why are Republicans picking losers? Really? Really? In 2022, the S&P 500 energy sector ended the year a whopping 59% higher than where it started, amid a brutal bear market in which the S&P 500 overall lost 20%. If you are invested in ESG in 2022, you are a massive loser because you are divested from energy. Stop the politicization of capital. If you want to give Americans freedom to choose what is material for them in investing, vote against the Department of Labor rule, which would conceal what the Department of Labor is doing, which is steering Americans into investments that have political values that they disagree with. Give Americans true transparency. Go back to the Department of Labor rule under the Trump administration, which says the default should always be consistent with ERISA, maximizing financial performance. And if you want an alternative, if you want to subordinate financial returns to the environment, to climate change, to social justice, to whatever, and you really don't care about your retirement security, then you can choose that. But let the American investor decide, and the default should always be maximum investor returns. I yield.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves.
My time.
The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's a little ironic that our side of the aisle is being accused of being anti-capitalist and anti-free market. I'd like to clarify for the record the content of the Trump Department of Labor rule on retirement plan ESG investing. Under the Trump rule, if a fiduciary finds that an ESG factor is a pecuniary or financial factor, it can be considered when investing and exercising shareholder rights. Here are a few excerpts of the Trump rule to set the record straight. Nothing in the final rule is intended to or does prevent a fiduciary from appropriately considering any material risk with respect to an investment. Another quote, the ERISA fiduciary duty of prudence requires portfolio-level attention to risk and return objectives reasonably suited to the purpose of the account, diversification, cost sensitivity, documentation, and ongoing monitoring. The proposal was not intended to suggest that these principles apply other than neutrally to all investment decisions. To suggest that the Trump rule barred a fiduciary from appropriately considering any factor that may be material to an investment is blatantly false. If anything, the Trump rule was neutral as to the prudent decisions of fiduciaries. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve, but if my colleague is ready to close, I will close also.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, during this debate, we've heard a lot about ESG investing, and it's clear there's a difference of opinion on it, but whether members of Congress see things the same way is not the point. What matters is that the Biden-Harris rule puts the decision-making when it comes to considering ESG factors where it belongs, in the hands of retirement plan beneficiaries who are best positioned and bound by law that has not changed to act prudently on behalf of plan participants. And that's where the decision-making should stay. They, not members of Congress, know what's in the best interest of their plan participants, and they are bound by their fiduciary responsibilities to do the right thing. Now, when supporters say that the fiduciary should not consider non-pecuniary factors, they ignore the fact that ESG factors are can in fact be pecuniary, because often ESG factors, such as sea level rise, can have a profound effect on the value of an investment. Those who recognize this should be able to make reasonable investments based on that knowledge. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have asked unanimous consent to submit several letters from organizations opposed to H.J. Res. 30. 83% of institutions that submitted comments were in favor of the underlying rule. These letters who are opposed to H.J. Res. 30, these organizations include the AFL-CIO, the Americans for Financial Reform, Public Citizen, SEIU, Environmental Defense Fund, the League of Conservation Voters, Sierra Club, Natural Resources Defense Council, Union of Concerned Scientists, and others. These organizations have diverse missions, but they all agree that H.J. Res. 30 should be rejected. And Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that 3 letters from financial services firms who submitted supportive comments on the underlying rule be admitted to the record. These firms include B&Y Mellon Investment Management, Lazard Asset Management, and Putnam Investment, who have trillions of dollars in assets under management. This is just a small sample of the financial industry's support for the underlying rule. We should not overturn the rule with this resolution. For these reasons, I oppose H.J. Res. 30 and encourage all members to do the same, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Okay. Without objection, the letters will be entered into the record. The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support H.J. Res. 30 to stop the Biden administration from decimating the retirement savings of millions of Americans. ESG funds will not give retirees the secure future they need. According to a former BlackRock senior executive, ESG funds underperformed the broader market compared to non-ESG funds over the last 5 years. And retirees are worried already about the rising costs of goods and services, not whether a company is using plastic straws in its cafeteria. Americans deserve to have a secure retirement. This means retirement plans need to focus solely on workers' financial interests. That's why I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to the House Resolution 166, the previous question is ordered. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Labor relating to prudence and loyalty in selecting plan investments and exercising shareholder rights.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The joint resolution is passed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
Does the gentleman request the yeas and nays?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the passage of HJ Resolution 30, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 30, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Labor relating to prudence and loyalty in selecting plan investments and exercising shareholder rights.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic ballot. On this vote, the yeas are 216 and the nays are 204. The joint resolution is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Right now, 2 gavels. The House will be in order. You want me to say that now? For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
To speak out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, it is my honor to gather with other members of the North Carolina delegation on the floor this evening to acknowledge the passing of a great North Carolinian, the Honorable Jim Broyhill, who passed away at 85 last week. Today was a gathering in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, in celebration of his life, and the members, my fellow members and I, have come to the floor this evening to ask the House to stand in a moment of silence in recognition of the service of this North Carolinian who served 23 years in this House, served briefly in the United States Senate, and was substantially responsible for recreating political competition and a revitalized Republican Party in the state of North Carolina. On behalf of the North Carolina delegation, I ask the House do now observe a moment of silence in the honor of Senator Jim Broyhill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the House Republican Conference, I send to the desk a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 179, resolved that the following named members be.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 166,
Gentleman will suspend.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
So ordered. Will the gentleman specify which measure?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 166, I call up the bill.
What's killing me here? For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
General leave on H.R. 347.
General is recognized. Pursuant to House Resolution 166 and Rule 18. Without objection, the gentleman's request is granted.
Okay.
Pursuant to House Resolution 166 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in committee of the whole House on the Senate on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 347. Would the gentlewoman from West Virginia, Mrs. Miller, kindly take the chair?
Read it right now. The House is in the committee of the whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 347, which the clerk will report by title.
H.R. 347, a bill to require the Executive Office of the President to provide an inflation estimate with respect to executive orders with a significant effect on the annual gross budget and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability or their respective designees. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Bush, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 347, the Reduce Exasperated Inflation Negatively Impacting the Nation Act, or REIN-In Act. This legislation is timely and clearly needed. Sky-high inflation started sweeping across the nation soon after the Biden administration came into power. Pushing one big spending policy after another, President Biden has continued to throw fuel on the inflationary fire. That fire is rapidly consuming the wages of our constituents. They've had to pay higher and higher prices for everything from eggs to electricity, all while inflation pushes their real wages farther and farther behind. But President Biden just does not seem to get it or admit it. At first, he and his administration ignored warnings his policies would spark inflation. Then, they tried to spin the tale that inflation was only temporary. Then, when it became obvious to everyone that it was not the case, they attempted to claim that a monthly decrease in the rate of how fast inflation was rising meant inflation was actually falling. But anyone could see that made no sense. It's long past time the president learned and admitted more about his actions have led to this harmful inflation. That is why we need this bill. The REIN-In Act ensures that costly actions the president decides to take solely under his own authority through executive orders will not go into effect until he's informed of and considers the potential inflationary effects. How does the bill require that? Simple. It requires the president to receive and consider inflation estimates from the Office of Management and Budget and the Council of Economic Advisors for each executive order that is projected to cause an annual gross budgetary effect of at least $1 billion. The hope is the president, once he's informed of for inflationary harm from his own policy initiatives, will think twice about inflicting such harm. Here's hoping he does. In addition, the bill requires regular reports to Congress on these new inflation estimates that are prepared for and considered by the president. That way, if the president ignores the dangers and marches ahead with an inflation-inducing policy, Congress will be better equipped to take timely action to rein in an irresponsible use of presidential power. That is our constitutional role in the legislative branch, which the REIN-In Act recognizes. This powerful legislative medicine will, I hope, lead the president to stop his inflationary onslaught on our economy. I urge all my colleagues to support this vital legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Missouri.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
St. Louis House Democrats and I rise today to strongly oppose H.R. 347, the Reduce Exacerbated Inflation Negatively Impacting the Nation Act. While Democrats passed numerous laws last Congress that are successfully reducing inflation every month, House Republicans have come up with nothing more than a study in response. This is unbelievable. The substance and process of this bill amount to nothing more than political theater to distract from and undermine the immense successes of congressional Democrats and the Biden administration. If Republicans were serious about fighting inflation and cutting costs for regular, everyday people, they would have joined with Democrats to pass critical legislation like the Inflation Reduction Act to rebuild American manufacturing and lower the cost of prescription drugs, health care, energy, and other goods and services for the people of our country, rather than pushing an extreme MAGA messaging bill that accomplishes nothing. Nothing, not a thing. The global spike in inflation has been caused by food and fuel disruptions resulting from the illegal and unprovoked Russian invasion of Ukraine, as well as auto part supply shortages connected to the COVID-19 pandemic. There is no evidence that government spending or executive orders by President Biden have increased inflation. The president and congressional Democrats have taken steps to enact studies, not reports, but actual tangible policies and dollars delivered to our communities to lower costs for regular everyday people. Yet, we understand still much more work remains. For over 20 years, while I was a single mother of two, I experienced countless times what it was like to see costs rise faster than my wages. I know what it's like to have to choose between paying the electric bill or paying rent. I remember thinking to myself, who is it that is fighting for me and for other people in my situation? Lawmakers in Congress can help alleviate that pain. Lawmakers in Congress can prioritize enacting policies to raise wages and lower costs. And that is what congressional Democrats have done. For so many people in my community of St. Louis and around the country, skyrocketing rents and high utility costs are consistent barriers to keeping families safe and fed. And that is a moral and policy failure. We've seen how people's lives improved when the federal government stepped up to enact a moratorium on evictions or sent urgently needed stimulus checks to families or expanded the child tax credit or capped insulin at $35 a month. Those are the actions that saved lives. That's what we need, and we need more of that now. But here we have a report. However, what my House Republican colleagues have demonstrated this Congress and what they are demonstrating here today with this bill is that they are not serious about governing. They've circumvented regular order to bring this hollow bill to a vote on the House floor, even as people continue to suffer the consequences of inflation and flawed responses that exacerbate unemployment. Corporations, especially in the energy industry, have capitalized on this crisis to raise prices for everyday people and for families. Last year, Exxon made $56 billion in profits, using inflation as a cover to fleece regular everyday people just trying to get to medical appointments or to school. I oppose this bill because I'm aware of what it is. It's a distraction from our work for our constituents. It's a waste of government resources, and it's a squandering of time that we should be using to rein in corporate greed and support those neighbors who need our help the most. I oppose this bill because it isn't a meaningful way to legislate. It is a political stunt. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky.
Madam Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, the sponsor of the bill, Ms. Stefanik.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to urge my colleagues to support my Rein in Inflation Act, During the past 2 years of one-party, far-left, radical socialist Democrat rule in Washington, led by President Joe Biden, inflation has skyrocketed to the highest level in my lifetime. You talk to any family, any small business, any farmer, any manufacturer, they will say that the inflation that they are suffering from is crippling their businesses, crippling their family budgets. It is a painful tax on every American, and Bidenflation continues to be the #1 concern I hear today across my district in upstate New York and the North Country. In House Republicans' commitment to America, our new House majority, the people's House majority, promised to deliver and support policies to ensure our economy is strong. In fact, one of the main reasons we have this Republican is because the American people are smart. They know that the historic inflation, the highest rate of inflation in my lifetime, is a direct result of Joe Biden's executive orders and the trillions and trillions of reckless and wasteful spending from single-party Democrat rule. In fact, in Joe Biden's first year in office, he issued more executive orders than any president in my lifetime. This reckless far-left agenda cost hardworking families more than $1 trillion in taxpayer dollars and even more in the added cost of inflation. Whether it was canceling the Keystone XL pipeline on his first day in office to pushing his out-of-touch and costly Green New Deal regulations, Joe Biden has fueled this inflation crisis and caused this inflation crisis working with the previous radical socialist Democrat majority. By passing the Rein in Inflation Act, House Republicans will demand transparency for the American people by revealing just how much Biden's executive orders are costing hardworking families and the painful impact that has on inflation. What are the Democrats so afraid of? This is about transparency for the American people, and it is long past time for Joe Biden to take into account this harmful impact of this failed far-left agenda. Today, House Republicans are laser focused on fulfilling our commitment to America by reining in
I yield 30 more seconds to the gentlelady from York.
By reining in historic inflation, historic Bidenflation, on behalf of hardworking American families and small businesses, not just in my district, but across this great nation. I yield back to Mr. Comer.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Missouri.
I now recognize the distinguished gentlewoman from New York, Representative Ocasio-Cortez, for 5 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
And I thank the great representative from St. Louis, Ms. Bush, for yielding her time. I rise today to speak against H.R. 347, the quote-unquote Rein in Inflation Act. And I'll start my remarks today by saying how ironic it is that we spent, and Republicans spent, the entire first week of this session entangled in a fight in order for them to get the votes to secure a Speaker of the House. And the whole crux of that entanglement was, and part of it, was rules to maintain regular order in the House. Rules to maintain regular order. Because just as we go back to Schoolhouse Rock, you introduce a bill, it's supposed to go to committee, you get a markup on that committee, a hearing in that committee, a vote in that committee, and if that bill can survive a committee vote, it comes right here to the floor of this House. And we spent a whole week tied up in the beginning of this term trying to reassert that order. And then, today, one of the first acts that we have from this oversight committee is to subvert that, because perhaps they knew that this would not survive their own committee, and so it goes straight to the floor for a vote, subverting all of those arguments that Republicans were making about restoring order to this House. But let's get into the substance of this bill. Ironically, if they had gone into this order, if they had gone through regular order, they may have caught that this bill does nothing to rein in inflation, in part because in their haste to put it together, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle committed an incredibly basic drafting error that makes this bill completely unenforceable. Even if we agreed on their ends, the haste and the rush to put this together and skip committee has created a drafting error that doesn't even make this bill enforceable. But even putting that error aside, my colleagues and I seem to have wildly different definitions of what actually is considered inflationary. While Republicans have labeled virtually any federal spending during the pandemic as inflationary, while railing against the child tax credit that helped babies continue to be fed and diapers on their bottoms, that help families stitch things together, while they've railed against the eviction moratoriums and the Paycheck Protection Act, Moody's Analytics found that the American Rescue Plan prevented this country from slipping into a double-digit recession. Because of the American Rescue Plan and the actual Inflation Reduction Act that Democrats passed last year, our country's inflation rate is now lower than in the UK, Canada, and 20 other European Union member states. Yet Republicans have introduced legislation to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act, which would immediately raise the price of insulin along with other critical prescription drugs. Tell me how that is fighting inflation when they're proposing to raise the costs of prescriptions. Not only did Republicans vote to raise prices on prescription drugs, but they also voted against measures to drive down the price of gasoline last year. Last year, Democrats presented a bill to penalize companies who were price gouging during the middle of Putin's war on Ukraine. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle voted against that too. So which one is it? Republicans have controlled this body for almost 2 months and have not passed a single bill that would actually address inflation or cut costs from working families. But you know what Democrats did? In January, we capped the price of insulin at $35 so that everyday working families can actually get a little bit more ahead. And we have a lot more to go. But we don't even see a carefulness on the far side of the aisle to even draft the language in this bill properly. It's not even ready for a vote. So why should we? And for that reason, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the so-called Rein-In Inflation Act. And with that, I yield to the distinguished gentlewoman of St. Louis, Cori Bush.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. Boebert.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in favor of H.R. 347, the Rein-In Act. And I do think that it is very rich that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are talking about regular order all of a sudden. My first years in Congress, there was no such thing as regular order. In fact, I served on the Budget Committee, and we passed 2 budget reconciliations on the House floor. They passed 2 budget reconciliations on the House floor without it going through committee, completely bypassed committee. First one was $1.9 trillion. The next one, $700 billion. And, really all it was the Green New Deal. Just real quick, hurry up, get it to the floor. We got to spend trillions and trillions of dollars and hurt as many Americans as possible in the 2 years that we have left in power. With this Rein-In Act, this bill will hold Joe Biden accountable for his reckless spending that he's approved by my Democrat colleagues who hastily sent all of these bills to him, rushing him to spend trillions and trillions of American taxpayer dollars. His reckless spending will now be required. His administration will be required to publish the inflationary impact of executive orders before enacting them. My constituents are struggling to deal with disastrous effects of Bidenflation. Under 2 years of one-party rule, Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi unleashed a record inflation crisis on the American people that has decimated their bank and retirement accounts, increased gas prices to record levels, raised utility bills, drove up grocery costs, and made it harder to live for the people in my district, Colorado's 3rd district, and all throughout this great country. The primary root cause of this record-breaking inflation was trillions of dollars of wasteful federal spending. In Joe Biden's first year in office alone, he issued more executive orders than any other president in my lifetime, costing taxpayers more than $1 trillion. The American people said loud and clear last November that enough is enough. They have empowered this new majority to demand transparency by revealing just how much Biden's executive orders are costing American families and small businesses. I want to thank my colleague and chairwoman of the Republican Conference, Elise Stefanik, for her work to hold Joe Biden and his administration accountable. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor for the underlying bill. And with that, I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Missouri.
I now recognize the ranking member of the Oversight Committee, Jamie Raskin, for 5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
And thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the distinguished ranking member of the subcommittee for her leadership on refuting this legislation. After 2 years of rooting for economic failure and blaming President Biden for everything, for post-COVID global inflation, for the instability caused by supply chain breakdowns and the phenomenal failure of Donald Trump's mismanagement of the coronavirus pandemic. After all that, after all the whining and crying about inflation, Republicans finally have the chance to take center stage right now with their proposed solution to the problem of inflation. And the world's been waiting with bated breath. Would it be what Richard Nixon did, wage and price controls? Would it be what Herbert Hoover, that Republican, did, total laissez-faire? Whatever happens, happens. Well, the long wait is over. The GOP has now debuted their big plan for dealing with inflation in America with H.R. 347, something called the Rein In Act, which stands for the Reduce Exacerbated Inflation Negatively Impacting the Nation Act. It's a bill for a mandatory reporting requirement related to executive orders that might apply to 2 or 3 executive orders a year. You got that right. A reporting requirement related to a handful of executive orders every year is the GOP's response to inflation after barnstorming the entire country, claiming that they had some kind of solution. Now, you might think it's the most brilliant thing since the invention of Social Security, which they opposed, or Medicare, which they opposed, or you might think it's the dumbest thing since Donald Trump's last $1 trillion corporate tax giveaway. But either way, it will have zero effect on inflation or deflation in the United States of America. Nothing. It's not going to have any effect at all. Now, I know our friends in the GOP are interested in this session of Congress in tortured, inscrutable, incomprehensible acronyms, and so they can have the Rein In Act, which they seem very connected to, but I want to suggest a better title that will still conform to their acronym. Let's call it the Running on Empty Initiative based on No Ideas None Act. How about that? The legislation was hatched without any hearing, and it shows it has no legislative meaning and no potential economic consequences. Even as reporting bills go, it's pathetically weak, as it doesn't even require publication of the report. They came up with a reporting requirement that didn't even require the report to be published. Look, executive orders are not the cause of inflation, and there is no economic research suggesting they are. The most conservative economists in the world will tell you that inflation is a complex global phenomenon connected to prices, supply chains, supply and demand curves, and unemployment rate. Since 2020, inflation has risen worldwide, exacerbated by supply chain delays caused by the pandemic, and then Vladimir Putin's filthy war of aggression in Ukraine, which some of our friends over there support. President Biden has created something like an economic miracle out of the chaos handed to him by Donald Trump. After signing his massive tax giveaway, Trump's failed state dysfunctional response to COVID plunged America into its most severe economic contraction since 1946. Someone dispute that. The unemployment rate rose to 14.8% under Donald Trump, the highest on record since the Bureau of Labor Statistics began collecting data in 1948. And in 2021, Biden and the Democrats got to work. We passed the American Rescue Plan, which fueled a strong, equitable economic recovery with historic reductions in unemployment, in poverty, and economic hardship. Real GDP increased by 5.7%. The unemployment rate decreased to 4%, surpassing all forecasts. Wages increased by 5%, with the highest increases going to lower economic income earners. So, Democratic policies have allowed the U.S. to absorb the shock of rising inflation engulfing the globe since 2020. That's serious economic policy, what President Biden and the Democrats are engaged in, and they have a silly little symbolic messaging bill for a couple of notations they didn't even want to publish originally within the process of offering executive orders. Meantime, 30 seconds.
One more minute to Mr. Raskin.
Thank you. We created 12 million new jobs in America. How many million jobs do they want to erase over there? In their desperate, sudden pursuit of inflation. You know, they raised the debt limit 3 times under Donald Trump. Now they talk about the debt limit all the time. They raised it 3 times, and they contributed under Donald Trump 25% of all the debt in the United States from George Washington to Joe Biden. 25% of the debt under one president, Donald Trump. And they did that, and now they dare come talk to us about inflation, and the bill that they advance is one to have some people pass some more paperwork around. Come on, give me a break. Give us something better than the running on empty initiative with no new ideas at all. We recommend a no vote. What real economic action requires is precisely what President Biden is already doing. I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves.
I'm prepared to close.
I just said the gentlewoman reserved. The gentleman from Kentucky.
Madam Chair, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Over the past 2 years, through the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, and other successes, Democrats and President Biden have made historic investments in public transit, renewable energy, health care, and economic stability. We have created jobs. We have advanced justice. We have advanced equity. We have reduced greenhouse gas emissions, and we have slowed down inflation. We put hundreds of dollars in people's pockets. We capped the price of insulin. We invested in people. As a result, when adjusted for inflation, wages have risen for so many families over the last 7 months, and unemployment remains at its lowest level since 1969. However, we need to do so much more. Many of our neighbors, particularly those with the greatest need, are suffering from the consequences of high costs across the board. I'm glad House Democrats controlled the House during the pandemic. This bill makes a mockery of people living in poverty who need meaningful relief. The Republicans' big idea, the big plan that we've been told about and waiting on, is to write a flawed bill that mandates, guess what? More paperwork. Give me a break, as my ranking member just said. I know what it's like to be at risk of eviction. I know what it's like to be hungry. I know what it's like to be cold, so cold that you don't know if you'll survive the night. Ever one time when I was living out of my car with my 2 babies, did I ask for a report from Congress for help? I needed diapers. I needed food. You can't eat a report. If this bill was to move forward, no one will be saying, I'm so glad I used this report to pay the rent. Let me take shelter with this report because Congress did their job. Let's take real actual care of the people. I oppose this bill, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This legislation asks every member to answer 2 simple questions. First, do you want the president to know what the inflationary dangers are before he takes executive actions? And second, when the president knows about the economic dangers of a policy and inflicts them on our constituents anyway, Do you want to be better informed so that Congress can take the necessary action to rein in the executive branch? The answers to both of those questions ought to be yes. This bill makes sure both the President and the Congress have the necessary information so we can discharge our duties more efficiently and responsibly. Our constituents back home who have been suffering from the inflationary effects of Washington's poorly thought out policies deserve nothing less. I urge my colleagues to support this much needed bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill is considered as read. No amendment to the bill shall be in order except those printed in House Report 118-4. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by the member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in House Report 118-4. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in House Report number 118-4, offered by Mr. Bost.
Pursuant to House Resolution 166, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I recognize myself for as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the Consumer Price Index is defined as the average change over time in the prices paid by urban customers. Now, let me say that again. Urban customers. Well, what about the 46 million Americans who live in rural areas? Or the 2.6 million workers that are working on a farm? Or the 1.3 million in the military? They are crushed by inflation as well. You know, Illinois 12th District is one of the largest agricultural districts in the region. It's also home of Scott Air Force Base. But all too often, these hardworking, God-fearing patriots are ignored by the D.C. swamp. You know, the president can't ignore their needs simply because they don't live in liberal cities like New York, L.A., and Chicago. So, my amendment is simple. Since the spending patterns of military personnel, individuals in rural areas, and farm households are not included in the CPI, they must be taken into account separately in this report. These are the individuals who produce the food on our kitchen tables, the ones who raise their right hand and swear to defend our nation. They deserve to be represented, to be heard. My amendment ensures that they are. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
I did just have a question.